Oh, yeah. Got anybody yet? No?
All right. Sir, you're Leon Clark, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403615. That is a probable cause conference in front of Judge Ward that I'm handling. Appearances for the record from the people, Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Mr. Clark. He appears with us remotely from the Ingham County Jail.
And sir, you are Leon Clark Jr., is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding today?
We'll be leaving on for preliminary exam, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to leave on for PCC. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Austin?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll just continue on to the preliminary hearing is scheduled for next week.
Okay, we'll leave on for PCC. I'm sorry, preliminary examination for December 27th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2403615, Mr. Austin?
Nothing additional by Mr. Clark, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Billabay.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark, Judge Ward will see you on December 27th, which is next Friday at 8:30. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And you can tell them that you're free to leave, Mr. Austin. Or Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, you can tell them you're free to leave.
Am I free to leave too?
On the Samsung cell phone in the black coat, could you please identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did I not put my name
What's your
down?
name, ma'am?
Lisa Williams.
Lisa Williams.
Yeah, let me update it. Hold on, I'm sorry.
No,
Oh,
you're fine. I just
okay.
want to know who you are.
Do you want me to go over this? Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is the
not
judge.
Who's here for?
Jeffrey Billabay.
And Mr. Sarch, you're here for the Williams matter?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Billabay.
Yeah, we're just going to leave this matter on for the preliminary examination as currently scheduled, Your Honor.
I'm ready.
All right, let me grab that file and we'll go on that case.
I saw you sent orders.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yesterday, so I saw you sent offers and that chance to just leave it
Don't
on.
worry about it.
I'm just leaving on.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403585. This is a probable cause conference for Judge Ward. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Sartz.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Sartz, the fourth Assistant Public Defender here on behalf of Ms. Williams. Both Ms. Williams and I are appearing by Zoom this morning.
And ma'am, you are Lisa Williams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
All right, thank you. I can, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, it's my understanding we're leaving this on, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Sartz?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Williams has a misdemeanor offer that's on the table for her. If she wishes to accept that, I'll maybe immediately reach out to Mr. Billabay, but otherwise I expect we'll be ready to go for the preliminary examination next week. Thank you.
All right, so we'll leave on for preliminary examination on December 27th at 9 a.m. Ms. Williams, at arraignment, you did not provide, or we did not have a address for you. Do you have a valid address that we can update the court file with?
I was at the women's mission. I've been staying at the outreach now.
All right, so you
but
don't
the
have an
girl has
address
been-
at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The bus is really loud. I'm sorry.
All right, so it's still to be determined.
Yeah, like I've stayed
All
at
right.
some friends' houses. I've stayed at some
All
other
right.
places.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. So we'll leave on for prelim on December 27th at 9 a.m. Anything else
Okay.
for the record in 2403585, Mr. Bilbay?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sarkis?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you'll be in front of Judge Ward on December 27th at 9 a.m. That's next Friday at 9. Ms. Williams, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then we're ready on Deer. It's going to be a plea if we want to try to do that before Lavender comes out.
Sure.
Hmm?
Is that one of ours or is that?
Yes.
Deer?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is she talking about me or another person? I'm sorry.
You're all set, Ms. Williams. Thank you for your
Okay,
appearance
I
today.
just want to make sure I can. I just want to make sure I can disconnect. Thank you.
No worries. So we're on the record in docket 20-01680. This was set for preliminary examination in front of myself, December 20th today at 8:30. Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke, from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Deer, who is standing to my right today.
And ma'am, you are Cynthia Deer, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination as previously indicated. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a plea to an added count 2 of using a computer to commit a crime punishable by 1 year or less. That is a 1-year misdemeanor and/or 5,000. And I have the PAC code whenever the court's ready.
All right, that's use of a computer during a crime. 1 year, and what's the
1 year and/or 5,000.
5,000? Okay. And what's the PAC code?
752.7973A.
That's an added count 2. So with the plea to the added count 2, successful plea and sentencing to count 2, count 1 is to be dismissed.
That's correct.
And is there any restitution on the charge?
There is not, Your Honor.
All right. Right, Mr. Goodrich, I'll re-indicate for the record. This is an amended added count 2 or an added count 2 of use of a computer during the commission of a crime. So at 1 year and/or $5,000 penalty. The PAC code is 752.7973A. Upon successful plea and sentence on count 2, count 1 is to be dismissed, which is the count 1 is the felony uttering and publishing. Is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Ms. Deer, you understand you have the right and you have the following rights in this case. This misdemeanor is punishable by 1 year and/or $5,000. And you have the following rights concerning this matter. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the right to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you'll be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor count of use of a computer. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the misdemeanor count of use of a computer during a commission of a crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to the date of March 6, 2020 at the offense location of 3900 Capitol Boulevard in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, or at an address in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on March 6, 2020 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, I was.
And why don't you tell me, is this a factual basis for count one, or?
I would defer to Mr. Goodrich.
Mr. Goodrich.
Essentially, Your Honor, I mean, I guess even what she's pleading to requires it to be an underlying crime.
Okay.
So, yes.
Right. So how did you use the computer in the underlying crime of uttering and publishing?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I ended up created a document stating that I had jury duty when I actually did not have jury duty. Did have to sign the bar byram. I'm not exactly sure what her position within the city was.
All right, and you used a computer in the creation of the document.
Yes. Yes.
All right, and you knew at the time this wasn't done by accident. You knew you knew what you were doing at the time, and by creating this document.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions concerning the factual basis? Ms. Wilson.
Just one, Your Honor. Ms. Deere, you are not contesting that the underlying crime is punishable by some form of incarceration. Sorry. Let me rephrase. It was a little confusing. Would you agree with me that the underlying crime that you committed with the computer is punishable by some form of incarceration?
You can go to jail for it.
I should answer that, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodrich can,
okay.
yeah.
So you're not disputing the fact that you committed uttering and publishing as charged.
Okay.
And uttering and publishing can come with incarceration.
Okay.
Okay. So you admit that the
Yes.
computer was used to commit that offense.
All right. So I find the factual basis the computer was used in the commission of a crime, that the crime could involve some type of incarceration has been made. And I will refer to probation. So I find the use of computer be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made as the factual basis. And we'll refer to probation on the 1-year misdemeanor. So stop by on the 5th floor, and they're either gonna set up an appointment or they'll see you right then, and they're gonna create a document for me,
Yes.
and we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. Okay. So refer to probation, and we'll set sentencing for
February 27th at 8:30.
February 27th at 8:30. All right. So I will review the pre-sentence report when it's presented to me, and we'll sentence on February 27th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 20-01680, Ms. Wilson?
I'm for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Deere, we'll see you on February 27th. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then we do have Miss Lavender. Okay.
All right, come on over here.
This is Miss Lavender.
That's correct. Yes, sure. And there should be 2 files separate there.
I don't think so because he's not.
All right, so we are on the. I'll call these two files together, and then if we need to address them individually, we can. We're on the record in 22-01706 and 24-02891. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Amanda Lavender. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Ms. Lavender, who is present and standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Amanda Lavender, is that correct? Yes. All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding on both these files?
Thank you, Your Honor. On both these files, I believe this is going to be a joint request for an adjournment for continued negotiations.
That is correct, Your Honor. And I just remembered this. And a request for a possible addition to bond, just not that she's going to be released. We want treatment is what we're looking at. So request potentially for a bond modification for a release to treatment, but I will address that in a moment when appropriate.
All right, so we'll request for adjournment. It's a joint request for adjournment for continued negotiations. And we'll reset this preliminary examination. But how long are we looking? What's the time frame?
30 days.
Yes.
30 days?
Yeah. There's a third case down in 55th.
Right.
We're trying to get a.
There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes, that's the best way to put it, honestly.
All right, so we'll adjourn for post 30 days or around 30 days.
January 17th.
It's January 17th
At 8:30.
at 8:30.
That far enough out?
I believe it should be.
Okay.
Yeah. You said that was 8:30?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And Miss Schroeder, before we close each file, you had a request concerning a bond modification.
Yes, Your Honor. Right now, Miss Lavender obviously is still in the custody of the Ingham County Jail. That is not a. She is seeking, while she's awaiting the outcome of her case, she has been seeking out, with the assistance of her mother, some inpatient treatment facilities, including, I believe, Bear River was one that her mother was helping her potentially look into getting a bed at. I would respectfully request to help facilitate that, maybe some type of bond with release to inpatient, something that would not be holding her up, given the fact that I do know that Bear River does do, they do Zoom. I know that from my work at the treatment court over in 30th.
I know they do Zoom. I can modify the bond that she be released for a rehabilitation center, but then the problem is getting her back is usually the problem.
So if I could just have a moment to
talk, Mr. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. No, I just thought good.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm not saying you didn't have, I'm just saying I don't see.
I don't see one either, so let's make sure we get. Yeah, I have a PCC.
Let me just double check when her 55th case is set for. Her 55th case is set for.
Also should probably waive the 21-day rule.
Oh, yes, you should.
Yeah.
Yep.
So next week. Yeah, it is. It's the 26th.
Yeah.
So did you want to move it outside the 26th?
Well, this is a different date. This is
the 55th.
The 55th matter. Because that case, let me confess. I thought
that might make sense. I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference.
Things, yeah. Before then, because that's a good thing. Yep. First, okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would I'd retract my original request. I have discussed it with Miss Lavender. Sorry. Oh my gosh, it's Friday. Anyway, and I will bring a bond motion once we get a little more clarity on where we're going with regard to the agreements.
All right. So we'll set it for January 17th. Let's get a waiver of the 21-day rule.
Oh, yes.
So counsel may inquire of Ms. Lavender of her waiver of the 21-day rule.
You may, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Lavender, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing, which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Aaron Schroeder. She would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days. You wouldn't be waiving your right to a prelim in general, just within that 21-day period, so we can set it outside that, so negotiations continue on that other case, and then this might affect your ability to go to a rehabilitation center. All right. So is it your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days? So I find the waiver of the 21-day rule.
People also waive their right to a preliminary exam within 21 days.
The waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, accurately made. And so we will look for a bond modification once that becomes apparent, and then we can have some of the parameters concerning when she's going to leave and when she's going to come back. I'll entertain that at any time. All
Very
right.
good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2402891? We've reset it for consolidation with some other cases on January 17th at 8:30. Anything else, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Not for the defense. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lavender, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks for that 21 days.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't have it. I always.
Yeah, it's a good habit.
So I apologize.
To get out the rhythm of it, it's easy to lose something.
Yeah, but I did that.
Years of always checking.
Yeah.
In the clerk's office.
No, it's a good, and it's easy to overlook when everybody's.
Sorry.
Everybody's
All right, you take care, and I will start working on the other stuff too. Okay, thanks.
Randy will be back next week and figure out what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you on Holland? This is Luke. So I'm looking for Luke Allman.
Oh, yeah. He it was his case, but then it got transferred to me.
Well, it was docket and it got transferred to me.
Okay, great.
Good
times.
talk.
She says with regret.
She's like, thanks, Luke.
Adam.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. I'm trying to make that torture one as streamlined as I possibly can.
If we could identify who's on.
I'm not
Zoom
judging
as
you.
well.
Oh, we judge you. I mean, I judge you.
Everybody judges
as
Mr.
well.
Frank.
Yes.
We have Mr. Holland is on.
Okay.
Mr. Sartz and Miss Donnelly. I don't know who's on the Samsung.
Mr. Sartz.
Yeah, and you have Mr. Granberry still in the breakout room from the jail.
All right. Should we bring him back?
Yes, you probably should, because there's supposed to be 3 in that room at 8:30. So.
Oh yeah, so we should
Probably
probably
get
clear
through
that one.
Yeah, probably 2.
All right. And on the Samsung, could you identify yourself? You'll have to unmute. So we're ready on. So, Ms. Donnelly, are you ready to go on Mr. Granberry?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. That's a PCC in front of Judge Ward.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403580. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Olajuwon Granberry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant, who is appearing separately by video.
And sir, you are Olajuwon Granberry, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Granberry?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a PCC or probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
I'd like to defer, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Donnelly, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I have been extended an offer from the prosecutor. We'll consider it when we leave it on for the preliminary exam. It's to an attempted RNO and the domestic violence count. I'd like to address bond.
All right. So first, we will leave on for preliminary examination for December 27th at 8:30. And so it's left on for preliminary examination in front of Judge Ward on December 27th at 8:30. Ms. Donnelly, you indicated you'd like to address bond. I have bond set at 5,010%. Is that correct?
Your Honor, that is my understanding. Unfortunately, according to the jail website, they don't have the 10% listed. So currently, they say that Mr. Granberry needs 5,000 to get out. So I didn't know if there was something, and this obviously is a Judge Ward's case, but I didn't know if there's something the court could do to make sure that was fixed in the jail system. Mr. Granberry, we were going to ask for personal recognizance bond with Judge Ward, but if obviously you're not the judge of record, so if you're not comfortable doing that, yeah, we just ask that if there's any possibility that that could be sent over to the jail, that it is actually a 10%. He's being currently held on a front of the court matter as well, but he should be released on that this weekend.
All right, I have bond set at 5,000, 10%. And JIS indicates 5,000, 10%. So that's what JIS and the court file indicate. But that may not be what the jail has either. So
if that's the case, if JIS is correct, then I should be able to call over to the jail and myself and see that and have them look at it.
All right. So the bond is set at 5,000, 10%, and then that can be clarified or concerned by counsel. Anything else for the record in 2403-580, Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then you'll be in front of Judge Ward on 8:30 at 8:30 on December 27th. Thank you, Mr. Granberry, for your appearance today.
All right, thank you too, Your Honor.
Now you can leave.
Oh, okay.
And on the Samsung, could you please identify yourself? You were just brought in the Zoom courtroom. You're gonna have to unmute. Yes, ma'am. Sir or ma'am, what's your name? On the Samsung cell phone? You just unmuted. What's your name?
Yeah, I think it's Michelle Holland.
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking. I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry.
Michelle Holland.
Yes, I'm for Dylan.
Oh, for Dylan Holland, you're here for that case.
Yes.
All right. All right. Stand by. I'm going to rename you so we have you, so we know who you are, and you're in the right place, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
We're ready on that case.
Ready on Dylan Holland?
Yep.
Judge Ward. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-589. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Dylan Holland. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Adam Pfeiffer on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Holland, who's appearing over Zoom.
And sir, you are Dylan Holland, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Or yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me, Mr. Holland?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a probable cause conference. It was set. It's set on Judge Ward's docket. Mr. Pfeiffer, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we're going to be leaving this scheduled for exam at the time being. An offer has been made to defense this morning. I was just recently put on the case. The defense attorney is going to talk with the client and see if they are willing to accept that offer examination or to waive the examination, keep the offer open for the circuit court.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll leave on for preliminary examination in front of Judge Ward for December 27th at 9 a.m. That's a week from today at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-589, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Only that my unit's going to be handling this case from here on out.
All right. Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Holland, you'll be in front of Judge Ward on December 27th at 9 a.m. That'll be live in person. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Stephen.
So, Mr. Holland, you're all set, and Michelle Holland, you're also all set, depending
Thank you.
if you want to stay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can't get it to shut off.
Sir, on post 1, could you identify yourself? That's you, sir.
That's in the ticket, so I'm not entirely sure the mechanics are probably gonna do.
And in Ingham Jail, post 1, could you identify yourself? Oh,
He's saying
he's
something.
muted.
Yeah.
He's not muted. No, the sound's just not working. He would have the little mic.
And you're from Kansas City originally? Yes. Did I know that? I don't know if you did. Are you a big Chiefs fan?
Miss Summers Doyle, we can hear everything you're saying, so you should probably mute.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the other person who's not on jail post 1.
Brothers, we have.
We're gonna mute him.
Yeah.
We're gonna mute Kathy Summers Doyle. All right, so Ingham Jail post 1 visit. Can you get closer to the mic? We can't hear anything you're saying, but you do have audio. Oh, still no audio.
So
all right.
he's just not connected.
Yeah.
All right, sir, are you just give me a thumbs up. Are you Rodney Terry?
Yes, that is.
All right, excellent. Ms. Schroeder, you can come up.
Okay.
That's Mr. Billabay. All right, so Mr. Terry, as long as you can hear us, we're going to place yours. We're going to place yours on the record. I have your attorney right here, Ms. Schroeder.
Hello, Mr. Terry.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03581. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce? This is a probable cause conference in front of Judge Ward. I'm handling for Judge Ward. This will be a prelim next week in front of Judge Ward. Mr. Billabay, your appearance for the record.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Schroeder.
And Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry appears from the Ingham County Jail. We have confirmed that it is him. However, it appears the sound in there's not working, but we're going to do our best to continue regardless.
Right. So I see Mr. Terry. It's been confirmed that it is Mr. Terry. We don't have sound on that. We have what looks like audio, but we don't have. We can't hear anything from there. But my understanding is we're leaving this on for prelim in front of Judge Ward next week. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Terry is currently in custody on a 5,010% bond. He is scheduled for Judge Ward next week because she is in the office, I guess, for lack of a way to put it, next week. So we were going to ask for that to be left set. I have received an offer. I received it for all intents and purposes yesterday. So I need a chance to converse with him as he is in the jail regarding that. And I will update Mr. Billabay as soon as I have more information.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Billabay?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll leave on for prelim in front of Judge Ward and let negotiations continue. So we left on for December 27th at 9:30. So, Mr. Terry, you'll be in front of Judge Ward next week, next Friday at 9:30. We're leaving your we're leaving your case on for preliminary examination. Anything else for the record in 24-03-581, Ms. Schroeder?
Just that, Mr. Terry, I will schedule for you and me to talk so that you can we can discuss what's going on. Yeah, we'll break through it. We'll figure it out. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Bilbe, anything else on 24-03-581?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We've set it for prelim in front of Judge Ward on December 27th, 9:30. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. You're all set, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you could copy me on that, because I have.
That was
part of local that we offered.
Yeah.
On the Ingham Jail Post 2, Visit 4, could you identify yourself, sir?
Yes. My name's Pharrell Morgan.
Say it again, sir.
It's Mr. Morgan.
My name's Pharrell Morgan.
Pharrell Morgan?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Mr. Stevens?
I'm good.
Apparently, Mr. Stevens is here for that.
Oh, are you here, Rod?
I am.
Okay. And who's here for the defense?
It's supposed to be David Carter.
There's a mess.
It is a mess.
Okay.
Not an irreconcilable mess.
So, Miss Donnelly, you're not here on that Morgan case?
I do represent Mr. Morgan on other files. I didn't know that he had retained an attorney or Mr. Carter on his new file.
Actually, let me unmess something I just messed up.
All right.
On the already big mess.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan is represented by
Steve Freeman,
the public defender's office, Mr. Freeman, and apparently Ms. Donnelly. It's the co-defendant, Mr. Glasgow, that is represented by Mr. Carter. So, and he's actually the underlying mess, judges. This case is on Ward's docket. It never should have been on Ward's docket. It should have always been on Simmons' docket. So this case simply needs to be transferred to Simmons. We addressed this with Simmons last week, and I'm putting for the record in air quotes, scheduled all of the co-defendants, Glasgow, Ash, and Mr. Morgan to be for a PCC with her today, last week.
All right.
If I may, I'm showing it to him right now.
What is
Freeman 6, so he's not going to be here.
Yeah, Morgan.
Okay.
There is a little bit more to this.
Of course.
At the time that he was arrested, Judge Simmons did not have exam time. So the court's policy is if a judge is not in the cycle, we have no choice but to send it to the judge who actually has time within the 21 days.
Is it written as a co-defendant on it?
Just one moment. Let me.
I believe the complaint.
Yeah. I have co-defendant Trentarian Glasgow.
Correct. And as I explained to Judge Simmons last week, this was a matter of timing. So they were not charged contemporaneously. Mr. Glasgow was charged first in time. And about 10 days late, even though when we charged Mr. Glasgow, we did endorse Mr. Morgan as a potential co-defendant, it wasn't until about 10 days later that we officially authorized charges on Mr. Morgan. But on Mr. Morgan's complaint, it did list Mr. Glasgow as a co-defendant.
Right. So Judge Simmons has Dakota
has Trentarian Glasgow, and there is a sort of a third a female Ash. Now that female is not related to the charges that Mr. Morgan has. So Mr. Glasgow has two separate cases. He's a direct co-defendant with Mr. Morgan, and then on a subsequent day picked up additional charges and then has another co-defendant, Ash, which is a female, which is also with Simmons.
So my thought would be to send it to Simmons.
I think you are precisely correct.
All right. So she's got.
Is she in agreement with it?
As of last week, she was.
Yes, and we laid all this out before Judge Simmons last week at Mr. Glasgow's scheduled preliminary exam.
Oh, right, and then you can, yeah.
Because
I have to initial it anyway.
I was just gonna write it out.
Mr. Glasgow was initially was assigned public defender's office, and they had to conflict out. That was last week at his scheduled preliminary examination, which is why David Carter represents Mr. Glasgow. And at that time, I outlined exactly what I outlined before you, Judge, and told Judge Simmons that really everything should be with her.
So, Ms. Donnelly, it appears Mr. Carter should be on this file.
No.
Mr.
Morgan is
Mr.
good
Freeman.
with the public defender's office.
All right.
Yeah.
So, do you have any objection to me assigning this file to go with the co-defendant in front of Judge Simmons, where Judge Simmons, I would think, is expecting this file, and it hasn't gone that way yet?
Your Honor, there is no legal basis for an objection. This
okay.
It sounds reasonable that it be joined.
All right. Maybe this is why we have PCCs. So to clear this kind of thing up, all right. So the PCC was held, and what we're going to do today. So appearances for the record on docket 2403-575. Mr. Stevens.
Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant who is appearing separately by video.
All right. And sir, you are Pharrell Morgan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. I will indicate what's already been put on the record, but it appears that Judge Simmons was already discussed about this file. This is a co-defendant file that was supposed to go to Judge Simmons for a preliminary examination. It's made it. I'm handling Judge Ward's docket, and it's on PCC for Judge Ward, and so I think we're all in agreement that it should be transferred to Judge Simmons, and there was some reason why it was not. But in order to be with the co-defendant for the preliminary examination to be looked at in regards to both co-defendants. Mr. Stevens, did you want to make any record, or is that a fair statement?
It is a fair statement, Judge.
Ms. Donnelly.
I think she's frozen.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. My connection. That's a correct, Your Honor.
All right. So let's reset that. We'll reset this in front of. Do we want to reset for PCC or prelim?
Your Honor, Mr. Stevens, did they set up preliminary exam for Glasgow?
We do not. We were waiting to essentially join this case and then get Mr. Carter up to speed, which was going to happen hopefully across the hall, along with Mr. Yang, who has the female sort of tertiary character, and hopefully find a schedule that works for everybody. So to be determined.
What was it set for in front of Judge Simmons?
Next week.
But was it set for PCC or for prelim?
Today it was for PCC for all of them.
Yep.
Mr. Morgan has an exam date that was originally with Judge Ward for the 27th. And so unclear whether or not that date is actually going to stand.
Right.
Well, we have to leave it because there's no waiver.
Right. So let's leave on for leave on, and then the parties can meet and figure out. But so we'll leave on for prelim.
Except for she's not here. Oh, next week Judge Simmons isn't here. The only judge here is the board. So
But we'll leave on for prelim, and you can go from there. We'll leave on for prelim in front of Judge Ward for December 27th at 8:30. So, Ms. Donnelly, you understand on this file, it's being left on, but Judge Ward is covering the prelims for Judge Simmons, so that I understand. But we're leaving it on so we don't have to waive so Mr. Morgan doesn't have to waive his 21-day rule, and I don't have to invoke a just cause. We'll just leave it on for December 27th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-03575, Mr. Stevens?
Other than just when I thought we unscrambled the spaghetti noodles.
You scrambled everything.
We're right back to where we started. Yes. And Ms. Holden is raising her hand like a polite school child.
I wondered if, since this is a little unusual and Judge Simmons is here today, I wonder if Mr. Stevens wanted to check with Judge Simmons to see if they wanted to give us an exam date on their docket, perhaps pause, or maybe just move all this over to Judge Simmons for a moment. I'm just concerned with Judge Ward being the only judge here with the docket that is remaining, of leaving her another mess that you're going to have to explain for the third time.
And Mr. Morgan would have to waive his 21-day rule at that point.
Correct.
So I don't know if that's, I don't know.
That's what, Judge, that is the sole reason I'm here today, is to try to, as I said, sort of untangle the spaghetti noodles.
So I will wait to hear from you. If you want to go to Judge Simmons and see, Miss Donnelly is here. We'll keep Mr. Morgan here just to see if we have some exam, if what exam time Miss Judge Simmons has.
I will head over there
immediately. You know where to find
Your
us.
Honor, there is two more people that expected to be in post 2 visit 4 after Mr. Morgan. So I don't know if you want to hang up the court. I can communicate with him afterwards if we have a date set. If you're going to hold him though, I'd like a breakout with them.
I can put him in a breakout room with you. Let's hold him, or else if we lose him, we may never get him back, is what I'm afraid of.
Yep.
So let me, but I think that's a good idea, Miss Donnelly, so Miss Donnelly, you're already in room 1 and Mr. Morgan is in room 2. So I'll place you both in room 2. And then you should go to room 2, and then we'll place it back on the record. And in the meantime, maybe we'll get a date for you or not. All right.
Good job. That's why they took the logic games on the outside.
My question for you is,
Mr. Baldori, you're here for Garen Lips?
Yes, that's correct. I just instructed him to get on this meeting. I was in Judge Ward's room.
All right. So once he joins us, do you need to meet with Mr. Baldori? Do we know what we're doing on that one?
I'll do what he wants.
Are we just leaving that on, Mr. Baldori?
I would like to leave that on. I have one other thing to address. Yeah.
All right. So once Mr. Lips joins us, let's call that case.
Okay, he should be getting on right now.
This is completely off the record. You've probably been asked this before. If so, you're not related to Bob Aldori, are you?
My father, so.
I know I'm an old guy. I know your father. Yeah. Not to say that your father's old, but I do know your father. I enjoyed working with him.
I do believe that was the implication, Judge.
Yes.
All right. So once Mr. Lips joins us, we'll go on the record.
And then if you want to get Flowers.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Should I turn my mic off?
Is XR Black Mr. Lips?
Yes.
That's the vibe.
All right. So let me rename you because you're coming up as XR Black, and I don't know if that's the name we want to put. All right. So that's
I apologize.
Garen
That
Lips.
is my cell phone.
Perfect. Yeah, that's
yes.
All right. So let's go on that. Okay.
That's what we were talking about, the vibe.
Yeah, if you could mute that, I think it would be helpful.
You moved too quickly. I was laughing.
If they can move. Yeah, 50-50 shot.
What else did you want to do?
Flowers. I'm done now.
You're gonna be sorry.
Whoa.
All right, let's go on Mr. Lips. So we're on the record in docket 2403586. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Garen Lips. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Baldori.
Yes, Attorney Marcus Baldori here on behalf of Garen Lips.
Mr. Bilbay.
Jeffrey Bilbay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Garen Lips, is that correct? And you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Lips?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference in front of Judge Ward. I'm handling the PCCs in front of Judge Ward. Mr. Bilbay, would you like to defer to Mr. Baldori concerning what we're doing today?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to defer to Mr. Baldori, but I just wanted to state the offer on the record that it's
sure.
DV under 769-4A.
All right, so Mr. Baldori, my understanding is there's been an offer made of a domestic violence with the 769-4A. How are we proceeding at the probable conference today?
I'd like to take some time to discuss that with my client, and let's leave on the exam for next week. And again, just to have some time to discuss that with the client. And I appreciate that the offer's been extended. Thank you.
All right. So the preliminary examination is set and will be left on for December 27th at 8:30. So, Mr. Lips, you will be in front of Judge who's ever covering December preliminary examinations on December 27th at 8:30. I believe Judge Ward is covering prelims at that date. Anything else for the record in docket 2403586, Mr. Bilbay?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Baldori.
Yes, there is one issue. If I could get some guidance from either the court or the prosecutor. Mr. Lips has all of his personal property at the address where the alleged incident occurred, and I'm trying to pull that up right now. But he was informed that he was going to be able to pick that up with the assistance of an officer at his initial bond hearing, and he has not been able to do that. For whatever reason, we've both attempted to coordinate that with a police officer, and they've essentially declined.
I think they declined because the magistrate didn't check the box.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a box. There's a box that says may go to residence one time with peace officer, get personal belongings. It's under MAGO, and that's not checked. So when they looked at it, the order doesn't say that.
Okay.
So, but I'm willing to modify the order because that's not a unusual order to request for.
Right.
So, Mr. Villaday, do you have any objection to the defendant going to the residence? I would think let's make sure it's the residence of record. So
I believe
he would be going 145 Grand Manor, or it'd be 401 South Washington.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
All right. So he was kept from going to 401 South Washington to. That would put him in violation of the no contact order. Is that correct?
Correct. He has not been there, and he thought that the judge did allow that one time on the record. Like that's what the client conveyed to me, was that on the record she had said that, but apparently, like you're telling me, that box wasn't checked. So
right. Yeah, every other box typical for the domestic violence is checked exact one. So I'll modify the bond to include MAGO, which would be may go to residence one time with peace officer to get personal belongings, and I'll check that box, and then I'll put on that I modified bond to include that. So with law enforcement, the defendant can go back, and what will happen is they'll contact the victim to make sure the victim is not present, and then you can go in with law enforcement and get any personal belongings.
Okay, perfect. And the officers will have access to the modified bond.
They should. So the order should read that and the modification, and I placed it. I've also checked the box. I don't know if the order will read that or not.
It'll take about 24 hours.
Yeah, it'll take. That's probably a safe bet. It'd take about 24 hours for the follow-up order to be added. Since it wasn't originally added because that wasn't checked. So I would wait about 24 hours before I call.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2403586, Mr. Villabay?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Baldori. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you very much.
All right. And Mr. Lips, you're all set also.
Could you send this over to
All right. This is on Lips.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stevens, you can come back up here. I don't know what's going on that case, but
Judge, I just called Polly and they said that they would move him to Simmons.
do they know he's in room 2 with his attorney?
Yes. I told them who, and I said I believed it was room or post 2.
Because I think that would come as a surprise to his attorney if he starts moving. Let's move him. So, Mr. Lips, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, they took Mr. Morgan out of that visit room to put him in a different one because they were going to put him in front of Simmons. I was waiting for Mr. Rhodes to appear. I was going to talk to him before we went on the record.
So I think this is all being moved to Judge Simmons.
Now, I have a request, and this is via Judge Simmons. May I take the court file to Judge Simmons? Please. I know that there's.
Please. I have no propriety interest in this file, so it has to go elsewhere because it wasn't one of mine to start with, and it's still not part of mine.
You really just got it.
All right, so Ms. Donnelly, I think you're going to Judge Simmons eventually. But did you want to address one of these files here?
Yeah, I still have Rhodes, who's appearing right now on visit 4, and then Brown's going to be after him in the same room.
Okay, did you want to meet with Mr. Rhodes, or did you want to just go on the record?
Your Honor, I am ready to go on the record with Mr. Rhodes, unless Mr. Rhodes needs something.
All right.
Judge, I think Judge Simmons is looking for right now because I think they're on the record with the co-defendants right now. I think so.
Okay. Do you want to?
We can just leave. We'll do this one really quick, and then you have to go to Judge Simmons, is what I'm told.
Okay, and then I'll be back for Brown.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-03579. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Joshua Rhodes. Mr. Billabay, your appearance for the record.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant who is appearing separately by video.
And sir, you are Joshua Rhodes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's my understanding this is going to be left on for prelim for next week. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Donnelly?
Yes, Your Honor. I have not received an offer from the prosecutor, and that's our intention to leave it on for preliminary exam.
All right, we'll leave on for preliminary examination for December 27th at 8:30. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Billabay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-03579, Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly.
Your Honor, expecting this to be in front of Ward, I was going to ask for a personal recognizance bond, but given that this is not Ward, I was just going to leave it on for the preliminary exam. It is set at 3,500, 10%.
I think it's going to be in front of Judge Ward.
Yeah.
Next week, yeah. Yep. So, are you requesting a modification of bond, or are you going to leave on for next week your modification of bond?
I was going to request today, so I would make that my record that I was requesting a personal recognizance bond just for the record today.
All right. Any objection to the PR bond on the felonious assault of Mr. Billabay?
We'll leave it up to the court's discretion, Your Honor.
All right. I have a felonious assault with a second offense notice for an attempt R&O previously. So I'll deny the bond at this time, and I'll allow Ms. Donnelly to go forward with Judge Ward next week. So Mr. Rhodes, you're left on for December 27th at 8:30 in front of Judge Ward. She should be covering. Thank you, everyone, for your appearance today. And then Ms. Donnelly, I think they want you and Judge Simmons
Yep, I'll briefly leave here and I'll be back.
All right. On the Samsung cell phone, which is a living room, and I can't see anybody there. Can you identify yourself? Oh, there you are. What's your name, sir?
Shut up, yo. Stop, man. I got it.
You're fine. What's your name, sir?
I was talking to somebody else. My apologies, sir. My name is
yeah, but you're in a Zoom courtroom, so you're talking to me now.
Yeah,
we can all do this in person if you'd like.
You're interrupting me. I would like to clarify that I wasn't
I'm interrupting you. Sir, I'm not interrupting you. All right. What are you here? What's your name?
Your Honor, that's Mr. Schooler. And my apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Schooler, please remove your hat. Remember, you're talking to Judge
Mr. Schooler. All right.
Thank you. We're here for a plea this morning, Your Honor. Mr. Schooler has has a misdemeanor offer on the table. He's interested in accepting that. He's potentially eligible for Hyde as well. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Schooler, it's my understanding you're here for probable cause conference. Mr. Sarts has indicated that you're going to be pleading today. And you know that your sentencing will be done by Judge Ward, not by myself. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's rename Mr. Schooler.
Judge, when you call the case, we should probably waiver of that the plea in front of you and sentencing or warrant offer.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403584. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Jordan Schooler. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people.
Mr. Sarts.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Sarts, the Fourth Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Schooler. Mr. Schooler and I are appearing by Zoom this morning. Thank you.
And sir, you are Jordan Schooler, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. My understanding this may be a plea today. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Sarts?
You and I'll defer to Mr. Sarts.
All right, Mr. Sarts, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schooler was offered the opportunity to, Mr. Schooler, please. I'll give him a second to get settled. My apologies, Your Honor.
Yeah, my apologies again. I'm ready to go now. No more interruptions.
All right, Mr. Sarts, what's the plea agreement?
Thank you, Your Honor. In exchange for a pleading to an amended count 1 of receiving and concealing stolen property with a value of $200 to $1,000, the people have agreed to dismiss count 1, which is a possession of burglary tools, a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison, and count 2, resisting obstructing a police officer without causing injury, also a felony punishable by up to 2 years in prison. Further, they would have no objection if defense counsel petitions for consideration of sentencing pursuant to the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll reiterate that for the record, Mr. Billabay. It's a plea to the amended count or the amended count 1 of RNC $200 to $1,000 upon successful plea and sentence to count 1. The original count 1, which is the burglary possession tools, that's the amended count, so that won't exist. So it'd be an amended count 2 of R&O is to be dismissed. And at this time, there's no objection to 769-4A status. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Billabay?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Hyde, Your Honor. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hyde.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Sarts, you have no objection to, or do you have any objection to me taking the plea, and then Judge Ward would be the sentencing judge? Do you have any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights, Mr. Sarts?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schooler, you understand you have the following jury trial rights in this receiving and concealing plea 200 to 1,000. And I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, and to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Jacob Sartz, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading to the amended count 1 of receiving and concealing $200 to $1,000. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the receiving and concealing $200 to $1,000 and to waive your jury trial rights? So, Mr. Schooler, did you want to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty?
I was just about to, yes, I understand, and yes, I would like to.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to December 7th of 2024 at the offense location. Well, it's on Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing. Were you on Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Lansing on December 7th, 2024?
Yes.
And at that time, did you receive or were you in possession of property that you understood was stolen at the time or that was not yours to receive?
Yes.
Why don't you tell me what happened, Mr. Jordan or Mr. Schooler?
So I was there that night. It was early in the morning. I was out, and the individuals, the officers, they had saw me running across the street from a dealership. They had saw me running, and when I noticed them, they had asked me to stop. And when I noticed them say stop, I just ran. And then when they had arrested me, they had searched my belongings, and they had found the quote-unquote 2 items that are considered the burglary tools, the cat's paw and the flathead screwdriver, and the I believe the Dodge Ram hubcap.
All right. And so Mr. Sartz, this is a factual basis. That could be for count 1 or count 2, because I think he was in possession of what's indicated was a pry bar screwdriver, and that he was told to stop by law enforcement, did not. Either one of those would make the factual basis for count 1 or count 2, which would be for the underlying basis of the misdemeanor plea. So Mr. Sartz, did you want to question Mr. Schooler, or did you want to take the factual basis for count 1 or count 2 instead?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, that's fine. We can just proceed with the factual basis for the original felony charge. And Mr. Schooler, to the best of your knowledge, the police suspected that you were intending to take hubcaps from the local dealership. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, and you were in possession of a hubcap that had been taken from a vehicle nearby, correct?
Well, I have no idea that it was taken from a vehicle nearby, but
yeah,
it was.
No, Mr. Schooler, if you want this plea to go through, you have to be honest with the judge. You knew darn well that hubcap was stolen, right?
Again, when they had it told me that the VIN had matched up and that, so yes, again, I know exactly where it came from, yes.
All right, so you knew the hubcap was stolen then, correct?
Yes.
And you had tools in your possession that could be used to take off hubcaps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions concerning the factual basis, Mr. Billabay?
The people are satisfied.
All right. Mr. Sartz, any questions concerning the factual basis?
No, Your Honor. I believe that's a sufficient factual basis for count 1, which we can use for the misdemeanor plea. Thank you.
All right. I find that count 1 factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made for the amended count 1 of receiving and concealing $200 to $1,000, and we'll refer to probation. So Mr. Schooler, you should within 48 hours, now by Monday, I think by Monday, you should go to the probation department. That's the 5th floor of the City Hall of Lansing. And what they'll do is they're going to create a report for Judge Ward, and Judge Ward will see what options are available to you at sentencing. Once you go and report to the 5th floor, I think probation is right to your right as you go to the 5th floor for the City Hall of Lansing. That is 124 West Michigan Avenue in Lansing, right across from the Capitol. And we'll set sentencing for
February 27th at 8:30 on Judge Ward's docket.
All right. We'll set it for February 27th at 8:30 in front of Judge Ward. Anything else for the record in docket 2403584, Mr. Sartz?
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'll make sure I file a petition requesting HIDA status for him for the sentencing.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schooler, do you have any questions of me concerning your referral to probation or the sentencing date of February 27th?
No, sir.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you, Mr. Sartz.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly, who is your other client?
Jordan Brown was supposed to be at 9:30.
And was he going to be brought over on Polycom?
Yeah, he's on the Polycom schedule for this is the one we're looking at. I'll call the jail and make sure they put him in there.
All right. And was Mr. Morgan all taken care of?
He was taken care of. We
Judge...
got good cause adjournment. We got a preliminary exam set for in January. Yeah.
All right. All right. Once Mr. Brown joins us, we can put that on the record, or I can put you in a breakout room with them.
If you'd put me in a breakout room with him briefly, thank you.
All right,
I'll call
perfect.
over.
Sir, in Ingham Jail Post 2, would you identify yourself?
Jordan Brown.
Ms. Donnelly, did you want to meet with Mr. Brown in a breakout room?
Please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown, I'm going to place you, Ms. Donnelly, I'll place you in room 3. And Mr. Brown, I'll place you in room 3.
Yeah. And I want to talk to you about that. Okay.
So, Mr. Venegas, we're just confirming the warrant, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I do got a probation warrant.
All right. So you probably, well, let's confirm it, and then. All right, so I'm in possession of the CCH on docket 2403552 concerning a Marquise Venegas. It appears that there is a felony warrant for assault with a dangerous weapon out of Judge Kennedy with a statewide pickup and extradition associated with it. So, so you will go with my court officer, all right, on this. And then, how did you want to do on the preliminary examination, Ms. Wilson?
Your Honor, at this time, I'm requesting an adjournment. I observed some things today that I would like to speak with Ms. Wanji about before we proceed.
So this is an adjournment, and Ms. Wanji, this is all new to you on some level.
It is, Your Honor.
Yeah. So this is a preliminary examination. We're requesting an adjournment. This would be a good cause adjournment. And I will indicate that this is a good cause adjournment. Of course, we can't have the prelim today because we're going to remand subsequent to the warrant. At this point in time, I think bond was set at $7,500, 10%. There'll be a new warrant on the new arraignment. And then I'm granting the adjournment to adjourn for good cause. And we'll reset this prelim for.
How far out, Ms. One?
At least 2 weeks.
Does January 9th give you enough time?
It should.
All right, we'll set for January 9th.
Before we set, if I could just confirm with my officer in the jury room that
All
he's
right.
available.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Hey, Judge, why is it being adjourned?
It's being adjourned because you're going to be arrested now.
So it got to be adjourned?
Yeah, it's got to be adjourned because you're being arrested right now.
So
you're going to go with Miss Slaviak to the jail.
Yeah,
because there's a felony warrant out for you.
I know that. If I wouldn't have court, didn't go with her.
I'm going to tell you when we're going to adjourn, but we can't have a prelim. But we've got to take care of your warrant. The warrant is 50 miles pickup. Does that date work?
Is there any way we could do the 23rd?
So, I don't know what date that is.
I believe it's a Thursday.
What time?
If we could do the 23rd.
So long as we can do it in the morning, sure.
That's fine.
8:30?
January 23rd at 8:30. So we've rescheduled this for good cause. Good cause being that the defendant has a probation violation felony warrant out of Judge Kennedy's courtroom.
In 4 weeks.
So we've reset for January 23rd at 8:30. That's correct. January 23rd at 8:30. So the defendant can go with Ms. Slabiak on the felony warrant, where you'll be arraigned. Anything else for the record in 2403-552, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Wanchi?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right. You're all set. You can go with Ms. Slabiak. Thank you for your appearance today. You're good. All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You can go with Ms. Slabiak, sir.
I'm gonna have to handcuff your bills.
Yeah, we can.
Abby, do you want her to bring up Mr.
Yeah, while she's down there, if we could.
Who's Mr.
Flowers?
Flowers? Oh, that's right. Mr.
Yeah.
Flowers is in custody.
Yeah, there's somebody down there. I can't remember who.
We have an arraignment and a prelim.
Yes. An arraignment on your favorite. Failed to display acts.
No.
It'll be
No,
followed by
yes,
a
he
dismissal,
is.
though.
He might be waiting on one of the posts to be cleared.
Okay.
It'll be followed by a dismissal.
Yeah, because it's gonna be a leave on, but I.
Mhm.
What are you saying?
Just causing havoc, generally.
Because we haven't had enough today.
It's an ordinance case, so Abby can't even help you. No,
Oh, it's an ordinance?
Yeah,
Oh, I
that
thought it
one
was a
is.
city.
He's got two.
Or, I mean,
He's
Well,
got
that is an ordinance.
He's got
Oh,
two
yeah.
other state ones that are
Oh,
open
okay.
with us.
Not the one he's got to get rained on?
Not for us here. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so we don't have to arraign him on this.
We have to arraign him on the ordinance case, and then I believe he has a prelim file for today.
All right.
That'll result in.
Ms. Donnelly, are you ready to go on Mr. Brown? Is it Mr. Brown?
Yes, I am. And then you're on your own with that visit room because there's two more people who are supposed to appear after him.
Maybe my 9:30.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Mine too.
Let me bring him over, and that's Mr. Brown. All right, here we go. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403611. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jordan Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant, who's appearing separately by video.
And sir, you are Jordan Brown, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Ms. Donnelly?
I'll defer to Ms. Donnelly.
Ms. Donnelly, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have received word from Mr. Bilibay that there is some sort of misdemeanor offer, and we can talk about that more as we continue on to the preliminary exam next week. And I would like to put a bond request on the record.
All right, so we'll leave on for preliminary examination for December 27th at 9:30. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Bilibay?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Prior to setting this, or we've set it for, left it on for prelim, Ms. Donnelly, you wanted to address bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this is set an amount that Mr. Brown cannot pay. So we want to address that. He also has some health concerns. Currently, he did start receiving some gabapentin for his seizure disorder, but there is that concern. He does report that he has a separate address. He gave us he usually stays with his grandfather on Crescent Avenue, and he might have provided that to the court. But my understanding, or his understanding, is it's within 2,000 feet of where his dad lives. So he has a separate address on Riley Street where his aunt lives that he can stay.
Mr. Bilibay, any response to the request for modification of bond set for $5,000, 10% by the magistrate?
We'll leave it up to the court's discretion.
We'll have a 4-year felonious assault and an assault and battery, both on Mr. Brown. And this was a weapons case. I don't have this, so there was no prior felony notice. This was set by the magistrate. There's a no contact with Mr. Brown. I'm gonna leave. This can be readdressed with Judge Ward. I'm gonna leave on for bond. I'm gonna deny the motion for modification of bond, and it can be readdressed with Judge Ward. I say that because I rarely would modify an assaultive. This is both an assaultive case, but B, the magistrate doesn't dole out. She doles out PR bonds pretty good, and this is not one of those cases for whatever reason. So she has set bond, and I'm not going to move that bond. And Judge Ward can look further into the case. So that can be readdressed next week. Anything else for the record in 24-03-611, Mr. Bilibay?
No, Your Honor.
We're all set, Ms. Donnelly. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you're all set, Mr. Brown. You can tell them that you're done.
All right, thank you.
In docket 24-03-613. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Daniel Sneed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Bilibay.
Jeffrey Bilibay on behalf of the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Good morning, Your Honor. Henry Wanji for Mr. Sneed.
And this is the time set for a probable cause conference. I do not see Mr. Sneed on the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. This was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:30.
Nobody is monitoring Judge Ward's Zoom, as Shelley called in sick today, and none of us know how to get into it. So I don't know if they're stuck in there.
Is Mr. Sneed stuck in Judge Ward's Zoom?
He may, because I was not able, I was appointed maybe 2 days ago. I haven't had time to talk to him yet. So he doesn't know that Judge Ward was not in.
That's fair. I mean, that's do we want to just leave on for prelim?
Yes,
yeah. Because he could be in Judge Ward's Zoom courtroom and nobody can get in Judge Ward's courtroom because the person who's in charge of Judge Ward's courtroom is not present. So so let's leave on for prelim, and we'll do this with the understanding that Mr. Sneed's not here, but he could be elsewhere, and that's not his fault. So we'll leave on for prelim. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Billabay?
That is correct, Your Honor.
We'll leave on for prelim on December 27th, 2024. I'm going to indicate that D was not here, but maybe in Ward Zoom, but we can't get into Ward Zoom. So left on for prelim. All right, so we've left on for December 27th at, what time is that? Let's see, at 9. Anything else for the record in 2403613, Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wanchi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Then, sir, from the Ingham County Jail Post, could you identify yourself?
Matthew Witterman.
All right, Mr. Ritterman, we're ready to call your case. We're on the record in docket 2403582. This is a probable cause conference that was scheduled in front of Judge Ward. Appearances for the record, Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Eric Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Ritterman, who appears from the Ingham County Jail.
And sir, you are Matthew Ritterman, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Ms. Schroeder, Your Honor.
Ms. Schroeder.
At this time, we'd ask that this matter be left set. There was an offer that I was made aware of yesterday that I need to discuss with Mr. Ritterman. So similar to Mr. Rodney, Mr. Terry, pardon me, I need additional time to be able to discuss that. Thank you.
All right, so it's left on for preliminary examination on December 27th at 9:30. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Billabay?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. So we've left it on for prelim on December 27th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 2403582, Ms. Schroeder?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Ritterman, Judge Ward will see you next week at 9:30. You'll be in front of Judge Ward at 9:30 next Friday. Okay, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, you've been here almost the longest. So is Mr. Speeds in custody?
Yes.
And then how about Deara Hudson?
No, I have not seen him
All right.
or heard from him. He does not have a phone number or an address.
So let's just wait until we do Mr. Speed and then we can
address
do those
that.
on the record.
He could also be, stuck in Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Hudson could also be stuck in Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna be asking to leave it separate.
All right.
Too.
How about, did we do Alan already?
Girls gotta do what girls gotta do.
All right, so Miss,
She's like, I want
you are
to
Hakeem Speed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No, Hudson.
I believe that's Mr. Hudson. Is that Mr. Hudson?
You're Mr. Are you Diara Hudson?
No, Hudson's not.
Or are you Hakeem Speed?
I'm Hakeem Speed, sir.
All right, all right. So, Mr. Speed, I'm gonna place you in room 2, and then once your attorney joins us, I'll also place the public defender or Miss Robinson in room 2. All right?
Okay.
So that's a bit. Let's put him to room 2.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
All right, so we're on the record in 24-03-597. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Hakeem Speed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people.
Ms. Robinson.
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Speed.
And sir, you are Hakeem Speed, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Speed?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Billabay, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Ms. Robinson?
I'll defer to Ms. Robinson.
All right, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be leaving this set for preliminary exam.
We'll leave on for preliminary exam for December 27th at 9:30. All right, so this is left on, Mr. Speed, for preliminary examination for December 27th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 24-03-597, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Speed, you'll be in front of Judge Ward next Friday at 9:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
You're welcome.
You should be all set, sir.
Okay.
And then we can go ahead and call Mr. Hudson. So we're on the record in docket 24-03-598. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Deara Hudson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Billabay.
Jeffrey Billabay on behalf of the people.
Ms. Robinson.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Hudson.
All right, this is the time set for a probable cause conference. And my understanding, Ms. Robinson, we're just leaving this on for prelim.
Yes, Your Honor, I haven't been able to have contact with Mr. Hudson. The information that we have is that he's homeless, so I don't have a good address or phone number for him to reach out to him. And because of the switch in judges today, I just asked to leave it set for preliminary exam and wait and see.
And I think that's a fair statement. This was a Judge Ward PCC. I'm handling it, and he may be in whatever the Zoom room for the PCC. So without knowing where he is exactly, he could be coming where he's supposed to go. So we'll just leave it. We'll leave it set for prelim. Mr. Billabay, is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
So we'll leave on for preliminary examination for December 27th at 8:30. I'll indicate that we did not bench warrant the defendant, although he may be failed to appear. Yay, but we didn't bench warrant because we were uncertain of his status. Anything else for the record in 24-03-598, Mr. Billabay?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Should do all my cases, Your Honor, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Unless you have more cases that are on.
Nah, I think that's
all good.
We're gonna call it good.
Get out before anyone finds it.
Yeah, before we get new files, you're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
And then we have
Mr. Flowers.
Mr. Flowers. Do I have a city case?
I am going to give it to you in
All right.
about.
Let's do the prelim first, and then we'll do the. That might be. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03537. Are we good? Or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just.
Yeah.
That is people of the state of Michigan versus Transario Flowers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Milks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Flowers. Mr. Flowers is present, standing to my right.
All right. And sir, you are Transario Flowers, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a plea to an amended count 1 of use of methamphetamine. That is a 1-year misdemeanor and/or 2,000. There is a sentencing agreement to no further upfront jail. Originally, there was an agreement for 7411 status. However, there have been some developments and Mr. Flowers is no longer statutorily eligible. So it's my understanding that there will not be a pursuit of that status. In addition, there is an agreement to dismiss 2 files that are open in other courts, one being out of 55th, and that is a ticket, and I can provide the docket number for that whenever the court's ready.
All right, well, I'm ready.
20-01228-ST, and that is a 55th file.
All right. And then is there going to be any other dismissals?
Yes, there is another dismissal. It appears that it's out of 54B. I don't have a docket number for it. However, I do have a CTN.
Okay.
That is 21-001-019.
All right.
Both are traffic tickets. And then I have the PAC code for the use if the court would like that as well.
Okay, and it's use of methamphetamine, which is a 1 year and or
2000.
2000. And what's the PAC code for that?
333.74042A-A.
I'll reiterate that for the record, Mr. Milks. This is a plea to the amended count one of use of methamphetamine. So 1 year and or $2,000 pursuant to PAC code 333.74042A-A, along with a successful plea and sentence on that case to count one, amended count one. The people would move to dismiss 55th, a case in the 55th District Court, which is 20-01228, and then also dismiss a case in 54B, which is East Lansing. That CTN number is 21-001-019. Is that your understanding of Mr. Milks?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. There was no objection to 769-4A status or YTA?
No, Your Honor. Originally, there was an agreement to 7411, but it's not eligible anymore, so there won't be that.
All right. So may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights concerning this use of methamphetamine, please?
Just one quick moment, Your Honor. Would you object to hide it?
You can't get hide on a controlled substance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that we'll discuss and see what options we are sentencing. May I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights on the use plea?
Yes, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you have the following jury trial rights, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial and to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Stephen Milks, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the use of methamphetamine. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the use of methamphetamine?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to December 3rd of 2024 at the location of North Washington Avenue, West Maple in the city of Lansing. Were you present on December 3rd, 2024 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And at that time, did you knowingly use the controlled substance of methamphetamine?
Yes.
And you knew it was methamphetamine when you used it?
Yes.
And it wasn't accidentally done?
No.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, the people are satisfied.
Mr. Milks?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will refer to probation. So probation will be down to see you or at this point in time, probation will be down to see you. If you're out, depending, you should come into probation by Monday. All right. Okay. And what they're going to do is they'll do a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing.
Okay.
All right. And we have a sentencing date of
February 27th at 9.
February 27th at 9 o'clock. All right. Anything else for we've set the sentencing date for February 27th at 9 o'clock. The referral to probation has been made. Either they'll be out to see you or see them by Monday. Anything else for the record in 24-03537, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that there is a pretrial set on the 55th District Court ticket for January 6th. Since it is a ticket, I do believe that the dismissal needs to be on the record. So I just wanted to make Mr. Flowers aware that that date is there, and if he appears at that, we can effectuate that.
All right. So that'd be January 6th. I placed next to that dismissal, it's set for pretrial on January 6th.
Yes.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Milks?
Your Honor, we would like to be heard on bond, if that'd be okay.
Yes, I've got bond set on this at 300 cash surety.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are requesting a PR bond at this time. We will let the court know that he was recently sentenced in Clinton County, where he was placed on 12 months probation under 7411. He is not able to afford the $300 cash surety at this time. He is trying to pull everything together. He's looking to try to re-enroll, I believe, in LCC, as well as take advantage of other things while he is out, Your Honor, to become productive, sign up for any classes or requirements that he needs for Clinton County. He'd really like to just kind of get going regarding that probation. And I don't blame him. It is also a drug related matter in Clinton County. And so I believe everyone's eager to get him into treatment programs. Because he's being monitored by Clinton County, I think that can give the court greater assurances that he's not going to be either a threat to the public or is he going to abscond, because absconding would have serious and detrimental effects for him, not only here, but also in Clinton County, Your Honor.
What then is it a Clinton County felony or a misdemeanor?
It is a misdemeanor, Your Honor.
Ms. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So I'm going to modify bond to PR bond. That'll be $500 PR. Based on counsel's representations and the fact that you're on probation in Clinton County, we'll set bond set at PR bond at $500 on docket 24-03537. Anything else on that file from the people or from Mr. Flowers, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Mr. Mills?
Not from the defense. Thanks, sir.
All right. We're all set on that one. And then let me arraign you on this. I have a city. I think this is a city ordinance. All right. So a bench warrant was placed out for you, and it was for a fail to appear on December 17th, which was 3 days ago. And that the bench warrant was for the fail to appear at that pretrial. Do you understand the nature of why a bench warrant was set out for you?
Yes.
Okay.
I was also at Clinton County.
Yeah, I think we figured out that you were incarcerated at the time. So I think it's only fair to dismiss the bench warrant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, so we'll dismiss the bench warrant. The bench warrant because D was incarcerated. In Clinton County. And we'll reset this pretrial, this city pretrial, which Ms. Wilson's not on, and I don't think Mr. Milks is on.
No, I wouldn't be on that.
That would be the whoever's Mr. Lee. But we'll reset the pretrial for
January 27th at 9:30.
January 27th at 9:30, and that is on a driving offense. All right, sir. Okay. You'll get notice from my court officer of that date. Anything else for the record in docket 21L2689741? Mr. Flowers, giving you the date of January 27th at 9:30. Okay. We've reset that for pretrial, and I've dismissed any bench warrant that has been that had led to your incarceration for that fail to appear. We just didn't have notice of that, and you were in another county. All right.
Did you dismiss the PR?
What's that? Oh yeah, we'll reinstate the PR at 200 PR. All right. Anything else? That should be all for the record. Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Flowers.
Sir, do you want a court-appointed attorney?
Yes.
He does.
Okay.
He's making that request.
All right.
And I'll have the paperwork filled out.
I think he's already has Mr. Lee.
He may, if this is a new ticket, I think technically we have to fill out the paperwork.
I feel like I saw.
Because I have, yes, he requested.
He was already arraigned on the initial one.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
You're not getting two, you're only getting
belt and suspenders, but
right.
All right. Just be here on that January 27th day, all right? So, all right. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance. Okay.
When is there gonna be another notice? Did I not print it?
Monday.
Which one did I print?
Yes.
Okay.
I printed
I'm not missing
two.
anything. I'll be out.
I think there was supposed to be another
one time.
It should be a January 27th city ordinance pre-trial notice.
I think I didn't put the sentencing one.
Okay.
Yeah,
we got a lot going on.
Sometimes I'm good, sometimes.
There's a lot going on today.
Is that what you needed, Meg? Probably. If you want to hang on his PR box, it should be pretty. Make sure I check the PR box, would you?
Everything went off the rails with
Hey.
Mr. Stevens' approach.
Yeah. As it typically does, yes.
We're gonna blame Mr. Stevens for
100%.
Yeah. For
Mr. Flowers, were you here on a writ or did you get here all by yourself?
No, LPD came and got me.
All right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had the right paperwork where it needed to go for you, sir.
Okay.
Wing Tech just joined the Zoom courtroom.
I don't know who Wing Tech is.
I don't know who Wing Tech is.
Sean, can we have wings? Oh, you said wing, not Lee.
Wing Tech. Wing Tech, could you please identify yourself for the Zoom courtroom? And you'll have to unmute.
Are you all set?
You should be all set.
Thank you.
What's your name? Wing Tech? Your name? Wing Tech TMA F035G. What's your name, sir?
Gabby Isel. She's brand new. So.
Sir, what's your name?
She's very nice.
Name is
Kenneth. Kenneth what? Is that Miss? What's your name, sir? Kenneth what? I don't think we have a Kenneth.
Yes.
It just works up this way, up and down.
Yeah.
Are you expecting a Kenneth in any or as a witness? Right.
We have no tenants.
It's a nose or an ear, something.
What's your name, sir?
Yes.
What's your name?
My name is Daniel Sneed. I was actually supposed to see Cynthia Ward, and I've been on her video call for 2 hours.
Yeah, we just left your prelim on for next week. You were not bench warranted. We understood that we changed judges on you. So please be in contact with your attorney, Miss Wanji.
Miss Wanji? How do I contact her?
WANDJI.
Okay, does she have a number that I can call her?
Sure.
Mr. Palmer can go to a breakout room with him with that.
Oh, that's true. Mr. Palmer could.
No,
he's already volunteered for other things this morning.
Let me give you a number for the public defender. The number's 517.
1 second, Judge. 1 second. I work for CATA, so I'm on the bus right now. So give me 1 second.
I'll see you
All right.
Okay, what?
All right, Miss Wilson.
517.
679
679
2979.
2979. Okay. All right. I will
and
give them a call.
Yeah, that'll give Miss Wanji a call. And your prelim was left on for next Friday, the 27th, in front of Judge Ward.
Okay, and that's in person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for
Thank you, Mr. Sneed.
Thank you. Bye. All I was saying. Yeah. Look, it's right here, 11:05. Yeah, so I apologize. I'm just waiting for the time. You know me, so you know I'm always on time.
That is People of the State of Michigan versus Anisha Thomas. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Levine, I believe.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brent Levine on behalf of Anisha Thomas. She's present and standing on my right.
And ma'am, you are Anisha Thomas, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to be requesting an adjournment. We did just receive some incredibly voluminous discovery on, I believe, Wednesday. So we are going to need some time to go through that. Based on the amount of discovery, I'm thinking 30 to 60 days.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Levine?
Indeed, it is, Your Honor. Just one of the packets has over 5,000 pages. And there's multiple beyond that.
I will make note that the waiver of the 21-day rule was previously waived on October 24th, 2024. We'll set it for 60 days out. Set for 60 days out for the continued negotiations and discovery, continued negotiations, and to review discovery and to review discovery, and we'll set it for
February 14th at 8:30.
February 14th at 8:30, Valentine's Day.
Yep.
All right, so we'll set it for February 14th at 8:30 live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing, unless I hear differently from the parties. Anything else for the record in 2402-795? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Levine.
Not for Mr. Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, you're all set. We'll see you on February 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All set?
Yeah.